All right, we're here. We're here. We are here. How's everybody doing? Welcome to Shadow, Angel, Mr. Richard, Lurkin. Oh. Tell you what. I really feel like I need more cameras. Is that sad? Hey, Wild, how's it going? Oh, I feel like I need more cameras. Ignoring adult responsibility. I'd like to, that's why I stream. Because then I can't. Okay. So we're gonna do, let's go to our chat screen here. Chatting. Which camera is this? Okay. Yeah, I do. I really feel like I need more cameras. So, if you don't know, subtle flex. I have my GoPro camera, which you guys know about. I have this camera, the Elgato something or other camera. And then I have my two cameras, the DSLRs, Sony A6300 and A6400. But like, I want more, or maybe I just need more like tripods. Cause like the Elgato camera is nice to bring down when we're doing our homework. Well, I'm doing my homework. You guys are just kind of following along. But the Elgato is also nice for the whiteboard behind me. I don't have a way to set up the GoPro for that board besides like holding it. I mean, I could probably put it somewhere on this little tiny tripod that's on, but... And then I was thinking, well, I have a big whiteboard I want to use too. And I do have another light that I could use for that to light it up as well. But then I would need a camera for that. Or I just suck it up, Buttercup, and I do all the reorganizing of the cameras whenever I want to change what I'm doing, which I don't know how I feel about that. Because that just sounds like a lot of work. And I'm doing enough work with streaming and schoolwork and life and youth group and everything. So I don't know what the answer is. Speaking of which, we're going to move our Elgato camera, I think. I'm not really sure how this is going to work from this position though. So I guess I'm gonna have to adjust it anyway right now. 42. Let's see. I was at work and my mom abandoned me to try to and process out a deer by myself, which isn't happening. 42. Well, I mean, 42 is the answer to everything, right? It's the answer of the meaning of life. How's that saying goes? The answer to the meaning of life and everything in it, or something like that. All right, let's see if I set that camera back up correctly. Oh. But that's not an answer to the question, right? The answer to the question is how do I, or the answer requires a response to what do I do with my camera setup? And how much work do I want to put in? That's, I don't know. I don't know, okay? I just don't know. What I do know, I'm gonna turn on the GoPro really quick. We're gonna check something out here. Let's go to a different playlist because we're gonna be chilling out now. Getting to some schoolwork stuff. Hi, and think about it and ponder 42 cameras. 42 cameras might cut it. I'm not sure, but it might cut it. Okay, let me pull up study time. Okay, so that's where that camera should be. Now, if I wanted to use my GoPro, shaky camera time, I actually need to make this a thing to where it kills this camera. Oh. Don't need two of me. Scary. All right, moving camera time. Ooh, Legos. Lego my ego. Okay. So what if shaky camera time? Okay. Put up the legs. No, I don't work here either. That could work if we moved the bird. Okay, that's one option. It's the world. It's the world. Okay. Careful. Careful. There's no blinding spot on the board today. There's a blinding spot on the board before? That's too close. I mean, that's okay. It's not great. I mean, I could set it up on that board, I suppose. Six Flags chassis? Yeah, exactly. There was on day one. The bubbles and soda are painful. I have some thick books, yeah. Six Flags, woohoo! We could use the big whiteboard. my other desk. Don't mind the mess. Huh. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is. I don't know what the right answer is. It's my Saturn V. Thought we'd start with the chill beginning of the stream here. All right. I don't know what the right answer is. Okay, let's go through our little review here real quick. Camera placing is the worst part of streaming. Yeah, cameras, and I would say lights too, especially if you have a reflective surface like a whiteboard. I think that also is a part of it. Oh, that bright light right there. It's a thing. It's still there. Yep. Okay. You guys like my donut eraser? No camera could fix both. Right, unless you're like me and trying to show something. Then you kind of need a camera, right? Chazzy's radio show. Yeah. It is 75 degrees in my office right now. That's warm. Well, it's warm for me. I don't know what you guys leave your houses at, but it's warm for me. All right. So let's do this. So these magnets here could do on-screen visuals. So I've thought about that before. I had I still have it. It's sitting in the closet. I have one of those, it's like a drawing pad where you use like a stylus and you can draw like on your computer screen. I haven't got it to work properly yet. Now that might be because I had it on my wide screen and its screen was only so far wide. So maybe if I had it on this other smaller screen that I'm on now, it might work better. But on the wide screen, it just wouldn't pick up the pen properly. So trying to find a good one. And the funny thing is the one that I got was one that was recommended by an artist friend of mine. But she also uses a Mac, so I think that might have something to do with it too. And Macs are evil, so that's not gonna work. See, 60s is a really nice temperature. I really like 60s. So if I can find a good working drawing pad with the stylus, I would totally do this on screen instead of on the whiteboard. And then just use the whiteboard for myself. So what I like to do with these magnets is I like to put these up here. And that way I know where the top of my screen is. So now I know I can't draw up here because you guys can't see it. But I can draw everywhere else. Okay. So we have a circle. And I'm gonna go like this. Dash there. Line there. A line there. A line there. A line there. I think there's a line up here too, right? Oh, right, and then a line here. Okay, so that's one graph we're gonna look at today. Yes, because there is an above. Okay. We also have a new chart today for Tuesday's lesson. Was the mic good right there, or do I need to move the mic over here? Is that better? This might be better. Oh. Is there an article? Yes and no. Yes, no. Okay. If yes, go look at my workbook here, or my book. Okay, if yes, does it modify another word? And then yes, no. If it's yes, it's attributive. And if no, it's substantive. Now, if it's a no, if it's a no, noun have article? Adjectives, yeah. Oh, gotcha. Okay. If yes, and then no. If yes, it's predicative. And if no, it's predicative or attributive. That's almost readable on the screen. If you're watching on a phone, you're not gonna be able to read this at all. It's fine. It's fine. We're all in this together, right? Yes. Yeah. So if the noun has an article, then it's predicative. If it does not, then it can be predicative or attributive. So I'm still trying to figure out what that really means. Okay. Maybe somebody can explain this to me that knows English better than I do. What is the difference if you say a man is good versus saying a good man? Is one attributive and the other one predicative? And if so, what's the difference? Why should I care is what I'm asking about. I guess just the ability to translate it properly is probably what the difference is, huh? Okay. This is great. I love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. All right, let's fill in these words. What I plan to start doing, and this really doesn't matter to you guys much, but what I plan to start doing is I'm gonna actually write out these charts and stuff on the bigger whiteboard, and then like every day, just like erase them and try to fill them in again. So I can try to learn them with these charts because it's graphical, it's visual. Right now, we're just gonna fill it in like this, though. So, hoopa. Can you read that? Yeah, it does show up. Okay. Hoopa. Hoop. Para means beside or by. It should be by, not beside. Out of is ek, or also x. Dia is through. N Pros. No, it's pros. And there is no above. No, that's not right. Oh, okay, hold on. There is no above. Let me fix this. A and an are non-specific. I don't know what that last word is, Shadow. I have absolutely no clue what that last word is. Okay. So towards is pros. And then ace is into. Oh, specific. And is specific. Got it. Got it. So yeah, it would probably matter with translation then on if it's predicate, subjective, all that kind of stuff, right? Okay. That's all I can fit on that board. But what I want to do is I want to put that on the big whiteboard as a fill in the blank and do that every day. I want to put this on the board as a fill in the blank. And I think the last one I want to do, well, there's really two more. I want to do, let me circle it so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Well, it's like the bottom half of this page. Down here. Because all that matters. All that matters in the translation. And then the final one I gotta do is this one up here. This one here. Because all that matters too. And the funny thing is, none of that is on my flashcards. It's not on my flashcards. Speaking of flashcards, I gotta get my new words out too. We have new words to learn this week. It's like I'm barely keeping up with the words that I have, teach. All right, let me see what the last word is here in the new chapter. Chapter 9. Oh, and by the way, this actually takes yeah, you can buy this set of flashcards here. It's a different edition. This is second edition. The workbook is fourth edition, but most of it's the same. Like I guess 95% of it's the same or something. But yesterday we were talking about, oh, let's see if I can remember the word. Thanatos. Do you remember what, or Thanatos? Do you remember what Thanatos is, Shadow? Without looking at it? No, Thanatos was after the Thalassa, if that helps. If that helps. No. Well, you kept on saying that Thanaton was dead because you were thinking the Dead Sea. However, I found out yesterday there's actually a word for that. And that word is, give me just a second, let me get down to it here. Let's get down to business. This is a fun word too. I'm gonna start using this one, I think. Kakos means bad or evil. So instead of saying, "Oh, what I just did was bad," I'm gonna be like, "No, what I just did was kakos." I mean, I'll crack myself up if anything. Anyhow, check this out. So we have this word, and this is a yeah, kakas. So the first letter is a nu, so an N. Epsilon, which is an E. The K is a kappa. The P looking symbol is a rho, so an R. Then you have an omicron with an O, and then the sigma, which is an S. So this word is necros. And it's where you get the word necrophobia, fear of dead things. Dead. Dead. And necros is kakos. Yes, necromancer. Yep. See, look at all the Greek that you know already. Let's see here. T P. Okay, this one. So this can go back. Oh no, it goes in here. 88. Wait, 89. Oh, there's 88. 87. 88. 89. I don't know why I'm putting these in order. We're gonna try to very visually though. I know very little. I mean, I think you know more than you think you do. Honestly. Yeah, it can be tricky with the sounds for sure. Okay, let me go back to study time chat. Let's test your vocabulary. It's the funny egg-looking symbol. Yeah. Do you remember your vocab? Not really. Yeah, so this is an alpha, a gamma, an alpha, a theta, so TH is the funny egg-looking symbol, an omicron, and a sigma. The GoPro is better? How is the GoPro better? This view? Oh wait, wrong scene. If I can get my angle right. Oh, it's not blurry? True. Yeah, the other camera has some issues focusing because it's looking for faces, not a white card. The Y is a gamma. So alpha, gamma, alpha, theta, omicron, sigma. I'm getting pretty good at the alphabet. No peeking. You read through the card? All right, it's getting hot in here. Hold on. Agathos. It's Agathos. No, not alone. What's up, Jesse? No, Agathos is good. Agathos. Good and useful. Oh, camera. Oh. Hi. Good, useful. Okay. So we ran. We ran through. Somebody once told me. Oh, sorry, wrong song. This up. Move this up my desk a little bit. My cat's been wrecking this desk because she tries to get in the window. We have a worksheet. Okay. Oh, I need my pen too. Dang it. Bring on the headache. You're telling me. Okay. Only because I feel like you guys want to see this. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe? In your face. Hey, perfect. Be right back. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. I feel like this might need to go this way a little bit here. Yeah, like that. Okay, and then we're gonna bring my camera back too. Boop. There we go. Cool. Okay. So this first one, I already know is a genitive plural because the omega nu at the end. And then this word is, we just had it too. And I'm trying to do this on the monitor instead of the paper. So if it looks like I'm struggling to write, it's because I kind of am. And this is agathos, which means it's male. Right? I think that's right. Yeah. Agathos. Good and useful. Okay, next one. It's kind of a funny word, to be honest. And I believe it's pistos, which is a funny word. Faithful and believing. Pistos. I keep on doing the O for the end. It's an ah. Pistos. But this one ends in an AS. And so I think it's a piste. So let me check and see. What the answer sheet says. To see if I'm right, because I think that AS at the end means that it's a feminine word, which means, yeah, that the lexical form, which is nominative singular, is actually piste instead of pistos. Pistos, yeah. So that's a feminine word because the AS at the end. And this is that chart that I was telling you about that I need to memorize, this one here. I don't know if that helps see it any better, but so you see the AS right here, or the alpha sigma. There's no alpha sigma in the masculine, and there's no alpha sigma in the neuter. It's only in the feminine. And so that's how I know that that word is feminine, because it's got the AS at the end of it. And it was an accusative plural feminine word. Okay. Kakos. And it's got a iota subscript underneath it. Can't really see it. Let me see if I can enhance here. Not without getting blurry. All right, let me try something else here. See if I can't help you guys see that iota subscript right there. Not really. There you go. You can kind of see it. Right underneath the omega right there is a iota subscript. And all that means is that it's going to be a dative singular. Now, the omega there will let us know if it's masculine or feminine, I think. So we'll go back to our book. Go back to that chart right here. And there's the omega with the iota subscript, which you can't really see because it's blurry. Or neuter. It could be neuter as well. Masculine. Okay. Necros, the same thing. See if I can do it on the screen here. Because this is an O and then an N. So this one is an O and a sigma. So we already know it's masculine. Because again, O is going to be masculine or neuter. And a nu or an alpha ending is a feminine. That's how we know that. Okay, and then this is O-N there. And I want to say that this is a accusative singular. Because a nominative singular would be OS, which is the lexical form. Yeah. So look at this chart right here. O-N is accusative singular. So I got one right. Yay! I might be able to remember that after all. Accusative singular. Gotta take care of something real quick. 1 second. All better. Need a snack? Nice. What kind of snack did you get? Need a snack? Nice. What kind of snack? Nope. You don't need to hear double of me. That's for sure. Okay. Okay, now this one. I'm trying to look at the screen and write on the paper, which makes it fun. Esca toss. Garlic ciabatta bread with butter and melted Asiago cheese. That actually sounds really good. I'm pretty sure this is escatos. And this is a masculine word because of the O. So Nami. And then the US, I believe, is going to be an accusative plural. So again, this is why I want to put this. Actually, I need a, you know what? We're going to put it on a note card. We're going to call this note card endings. Okay. And actually, I'm going to take this paper out because it's going to be kind of hard to see it if we're using that. All right. Endings. We're going to get out, because this will keep me from having to get out my book all the time. Here, I'll let you guys watch while I copy over here. Okay, so we got masculine, feminine, and neuter. And then we have nom, gen, date, accuse, nom, gen, date, accuse. And then because I like to be fancy-ish, this is single. And this is, did I spell plural wrong? I think so, huh? Plural. Is that right? I'm not sure that's right. Okay. So O-S. O-U. Hey, I did spell right. Sweet. This is an iota subscript. And we're gonna go all the way across the board for that one, because that's the same all the way across. And then O-N. Okay, and then down here we have O-I. The omega nu, which also goes all the way across. And then the O-I sigma. And then the O-upsilon sigma. For the masculine. Okay, for the feminine, we have a couple different things here. In the singular, we have a nu or an alpha. For the generative singular, we have a nu sigma and an alpha sigma. For the accusative singular, we have a eta nu. I think I was saying nu for these, but it's eta. Sorry. Then alpha nu. Okay. And then down here in the plural, we only have the A's for plurals, so that might help out a little bit too. Iota. Alpha, iota, sigma. And alpha, sigma. Okay, so only the singular feminine can end with a eta. If it ends with an alpha, then it's going to be one of the plurals. And if it has an iota and a sigma, it's going to be the dative plural. Where if it just has an iota, it's going to be a nominative. And the way that I can remember that is there's multiple iota subscripts in the dative line. And because this is an S, that's multiple iotas. Or it's iota. My pronunciation is horrible. Okay, iota. So now a dative plural feminine is always going to be multiple iotas, because there's multiple iota subscripts in the dative. See, I'm trying to put those two together, kind of ish. trying to make it make sense in my head. Okay, now the neuters end also in an O. However, nominative singular is going to be a O-N, a nu. An O-upsilon for the genitive. And also an O-nu for accusative. See, that's where it gets confusing. The neuter is really confusing. Because the neuter in the nominative plural also ends with an alpha. It does end with an omicron iota sigma. So, but then it's the same as the masculine. See that? And then the accusative plural also ends with an alpha. neuter gets me really confused. But now we have our card of endings. Let's go ahead and do that for the other things too. So now we're gonna work on this card. I kind of feel like just cutting this out and putting it on the card because look, it fits. Just cut it out of the book. And I suppose I could make a copy of it and print it and then paste it. Yeah, I could do that too. Save the book. Yeah. Well, let's see if I can write it small enough, and if I can't, then we'll make a copy of it. But I'm hoping, just like with this card, I started to find patterns that I can use to remember this. So like the iota sigma, the eyes have it, right? So multiple eyes. And so multiple iota sigmas is in the dative singular. And so if it's multiple here, then it's a dative plural, because it's got a multiple of the iotas. Where if it's not multiple, then it's just nominative plural. Yeah, I can remember that, I think. I guess we'll find out next time on the Faith Factor. Okay, let's work on this word called excuse me. Autos. Do you remember what autos means? Nope, not under. This is the one that you were like all about yesterday. Like every word you were like, he, she, it. Yeah, it's the pronouns. There you go. You got it. Okay, so let's take a look at this card then. So we're gonna do the same thing on the side. We got try to do it on the card here. Nominative. Again, it's kind of weird. I'm writing on the paper, but I'm looking at the screen. Genitive. Dative. And accusative. I'm going to do another section down here. Nominative. Genitive. I actually think this is the first time I've tried to actually do this, so I'm actually kind of impressed. Accusative. Okay, and then this is plural, and this is single. Okay, and then we have masculine, feminine. I think I made that too wide, actually. Neuter. Your handwriting's way better this way, too. Probably because I have to focus on it, huh? Okay. Move my mouse and hold this page down for me. Okay. I'll toss. I guess technically I'm supposed to put these other little markings in. So I might just have to make a copy of this card, but it's alright. Auto. Also, auto, but with the Omicron with the iota subscript, because dative accusative. Yeah, I think we just got them copy this card maybe. We'll keep on doing this though. And this is Alton. Alton. Okay. And then down here, these cards lined? No. See, if I had lines on the cards, that'd be helpful too. I don't have lines on the cards. Okay, nominative, plural. Altoi. Genitive, plural. Again, it's got the Omicron or the Omega Nu, so it's genitive plural. Okay, so this has the same endings as before. So if I can remember this card, that will help me remember this card for the pronouns. So this one ends with us. And if you look at this, side by side here, OS, OS, ON, ON, iota subscript, ON. Or that's OU, sorry. And then OI, ON, IS, US. Oops, wrong card. Okay. Yep, this follows the same as before. So Alte. Altace. Alte with the iota subscript. So I thought this is a whole new chart, but it's not. So that's good. And then so again, a singular iota is a nominative, plural. This one should be like that. Yep. This one should be like that. And then this one should be that. No. No, this is an A, and this is just an AS. Okay. Recommend going to your local. Yeah. When I picked up these cards, I didn't know they weren't lined. I do think the other cards that my wife just got me were lined though. Hold on. Where did those go? I might have taken it to my other office already. Okay. Now the neuter is going to be a little bit different because it is going to keep just the O and not the OS like the masculine does. This is where it gets a little weird. There's not an ON, it's just an O. Now this one's the same as this one. And then this. So this one ends with the omega with the iota subscript instead of this. Oh wait, no, that's this one here, the dative singular. Okay. Toe. And then alta. This is the same all the way across, which is where context comes in. Okay. So I don't know how much this helped, but this is he, she, it, his, her, its, to him, to her, to it, to it. I ran out of room. And then him, her, it. And then down here, it's less words to remember. It's they, their, to them and them. Okay. Okay, other chart that I need to do. Is going to be this one. Look at my non-linear card. Okay. All right. So first singular, second singular, I guess I should have just did like I did before, huh? Third singular. So this is like first person, second person, third person. And this is Amy, which is I am. This one is just A. You are. And this one is Eston. And then first, second, and third plural. We have S, men, which is we are. S, te, which is you are. And then Easton. No. Eason. Easian? That should be an I sound, right? EI? There's an S sound. SDN, I think. Which is they are. Yeah. Well, and it's also a matter of understanding views. It's like first person, second person, third person, I've never really understood or like focused on. So it looks like in the singular, a first person is talking about yourself. Second person is talking about the person that you're talking to. And third person is talking about somebody who isn't around. And the same thing with the plural. First person is talking about us. Second person is talking about us as a group. Who's being spoken to. And then third person is talking about a group that's not with us. Right? No, I didn't get around to asking about that. I did send him an email asking if we're going to be afforded a note card, or if he's going to give us like a sheet or something that we can use on our final. He didn't say no, he said he'll think about it, which hopefully means yes. At some point. But I trust that he will think about it and decide if he wants to allow a note card or some kind of note that we can use with us. So, yeah. All right, so there's that card. One more card. And that's going to be the thing that we have behind us here. Oh, we need two cards. Both of them. So this first one, we're going to call what? We're going to call it... prepositions. This is going to be the circle with a line down the side and go out, through, from, under, towards, into. Okay. Towards was cross. Yes. Oh, you can't see it. In-N-Out burger. In is ain. Yep. Through was dia. So delta, dia. Into was ace. Why did this line go here? That line didn't go there. That's not there. Under was hoopa, which means that's a backwards breathing mark. Hoopa. Oh yeah, and this thing here too. So this is towards, into, in, through, under, by, out of, and from. Okay, so out of was what? I don't know. Oh, right. It's the ek or x. Kind of funny to write it. This one is Apo. Appa, sorry. Sheesh. Appa. And this one is Para. Okay, so how can I try to remember these other ones here? Appa. Well, in some languages, or in one language or another, right? Isn't Appa mean dad or father? Right? And I think if that's true, that's Korean for father. So you would come from your father. So from Appa. So you can just do that. Okay, that worked then. Dia is like dissect, and that's through. Ek or X. You come out of a relationship, so you have an ex-boyfriend, an ex-girlfriend, etc., etc. Ex-roommate, you're coming out of a roommate agreement, so you're exorcising the demons. Now, para. I want to do something like paragraph, like paragraph. Yeah, an exit, exactly. Yep. It's probably where that word comes from, actually, to be honest. Para. I don't know how I do the para, though. Par means by, or next to, kind of. So that one might just be a one I need to remember. So hoopa starts with the U. So hoopa, under, should remember that. N sounds just like in. Cross over here, cross. Would look like pros. And the pros move toward the championship. So the cross moves towards the championship. And then an ace into the hole. All right. I think I can go with that. We'll see. We'll see how it works in my reviews as we get to the reviews more. We'll do it again on Tuesday after I've had a week of taking some dedicated time to do these graphs on the larger whiteboard. All right, and then our final one is the new one that we just did. Okay. Is there an article? Yes or no? If yes, does it modify another word? Okay. Yes. Oh. If yes, attributive. And for example, you guys see this? Ton. Feast on. What's that word? I can't read my own writing. What's that word? I think that's Dulon. And this is the article. Does it modify another word? So I need to know what these words are. So Dulon is a new word because it's an adjective. Comes from the word doulos. Doulos, and it means slave or servant. Okay. So just put servant underneath it. And piston was pistas. And that's faithful or believing. And so, since the word faithful modifies the word servant, it's this attributive. Okay, if not, then it's substantive, substantive. And a variable of that is oi, kakoi, n, a, oikia. Okay, so is there an article? Yes, which is this and that. Those are both articles. But kakoi, the nominative singular is kakos. And oikia is feminine. So because this is masculine and this is feminine, this does not modify this word. So pop quiz. What was kakos? Let's see if we can learn this word, this sentence here. What was kakos? So kakos was evil, and it's kakoi, which is a nominative plural. So the article is the evils, the word n, and then the a is also feminine with this noun, and oikia is house. So this would be the evils in oh no, it's nominative singular. Yeah, nominative singular. So the evils in the house is what that sentence would be. So it's not the evil house, because this word can't modify this word because it's a different thing. Okay? Now, if it does not have an article, does noun have an article? Yes. And no. Okay, if yes, it is predicative. Predicative. And example of that is oxlos. Ox. Loss. Oh, sorry. It's got an O in front of it too. You just cross it out. So it's or ha. There's a rough breathing mark on it. And a smooth breathing mark on this one. Ha ox. Loss. Necros. No, necros. And so does the noun, which is this word, and oxlos means crowd. This means dead. So this would be the dead crowd, because it's predicative. If no, it can be predicative or attributive. And this one just relies on context. I am not. Could you imagine if like chat got like really quiet or whatever, and I just sat here and I was like, ha oxlos necros. And nobody would know what I'm saying unless you're doing these study sessions with me. Everybody like, what did you just say? Like, don't worry about it. We're not dead. Oh man, that gives me Monty Python's throwbacks. We're not dead. Okay, well, now that we got all of our note cards done, let's get back to our parsing here. He says he's not dead. Well, he will be in a minute. I assume you know what I'm talking about, or no? Let me know. Do you know? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's so good. Bring out the dead. Bring out the dead. Here's one. I'm not dead. Well, he says he's not dead. Well, he will be in a moment. Oh my goodness, such a good movie. Okay, back to what we were doing here. So this is cosmos. What's cosmos? One of the best scenes in the whole movie. Yeah, it's a pretty good one, actually. I think for me, it's probably a toss-up between that scene and the scene. Well, I guess there's two other scenes that are contenders. One is the Black Knight. It's just a flesh wound. And then the other one is the scene where King Arthur is trying to explain who he is, to the lady. Well, I could become king then. He goes, the lady of the lake, and she says something about like, just because some watery dart threw a sword at you. Oh my goodness, such a good one. Okay, so back to our studying here. So cosmos is the nominative singular, right? The OS. So cosmo. So this is a masculine word, and it's singular, and it's genitive, which I don't remember what that really means. What does genitive singular mean? Like, what would the word be for that? I suppose it all depends on context too. Maybe. No idea? Okay, good. Me neither. Okay. So this one ends in an AIS, which I believe, and I'm not gonna look at this card really quick. You guys can. I'm not gonna look at it. The AIS means that it's a dative plural feminine. Okay, so we agree on feminine. I believe it's dative plural, correct? Yes, I got it right. Because I noticed a pattern. Feminine, dative, plural. And this one would be ta. Is this the intele? Is that the... I don't remember this word. Is this a new word? This might be a new word. Yeah, new word. Intele. Lay. That's it. Eta. And this word means commandment. Intele. So I was right on the lexical form. Awesome. Good job, me. Pat on the back. Okay. I think Ama, the lexical form might be Ame. No, it's just an Ama. How's he gonna throw one in that's gonna trick us? Feminine, nominative, singular. NSF, NASA spaceflight. Okay, next one. Pi, rho, omega, tau, eta, prote. So that one is feminine. And it's got the iota subscript. You can kind of see it on the camera. Not very well, though. Kind of see it down there. Which means it's a dative singular. And what does prote mean? Is that a new word? Another new word? Carcass. Yes, it is a new word. No, this is a new word. Prote. First and earlier. Did we do one that was similar to it? Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. I'm gonna get confused. First and earlier. Prote. Okay, and then the last one. A-L-L-E-L-A. So Alayla. Alayla. That's a new word too, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's another new word. Yep. So okay, so this is the funky one. The lexical form of this word is actually what the WV or an omega nu, I should say. So this one is actually alone. Alone. All alone. One another. All alone. And so alelas, this is feminine. And the aos would make it an accusative plural? No. Genitive. Well. Yeah, see, I need to figure out how to figure that one out. One another. Ale. Lone. Ale low. Wait, so if ale low is the stem, then that would make it masculine. But that doesn't make sense because AS isn't masculine. AS is feminine. But it's genitive singular or accusative plural. How do I know the difference? What's the book say? This here? Yeah, it's an A. Yeah. Yeah, this camera's not the best for what I'm trying to do with it. Okay. Ale lone. It doesn't say anything. It says what page it's on. So let's go back to our vocabulary word here and see what it says. It's not even the right page. What the heck? Alright. Adjectives. Agatha Chivies. Agatha Christie. Okay. All alone is the genitive singular. Oh. Okay. There we go. This is an unusual word because it never occurs in the nominative or in the singular. Its lexical form is therefore genitive plural. Oh, it's in the New Testament 100 times. But how do I know if it's... I don't get it. How do I know if it's masculine or feminine? Well, it's lexical form, which means its original form is the genitive plural. All right, let me see what the answer sheet says here. Hold on, I gotta go get it from the other screen. So something I might start doing, and it might help better this way too, but I'd have to get another USB hub, is this monitor, this keyboard, this, I'd have to get a second mouse or get my other mouse, but this mic, this cam, the GoPro, and the other cam, so that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 inputs, I think. Nope, 5 with the Stream Deck. So I need a lot of USB inputs. But if I used my laptop to stream with this desk, that might be workable. Did you put a message in there, Shadow, or did you hit space enter? Does that work? Oh, it does work. I didn't know that. That's funny. Okay, let me go to Greek 1. Yeah, I didn't know you could do that. It's really kind of funny. Okay. This is exercise 9. And then so this is saying that it's an accusative plural feminine. So this would be like referring to feminine nouns. So, for example, let me make sure this is on the camera here. Everything in your house started screaming at once. So because it's the AS, I guess somehow you would know it's feminine instead of, well, feminine plural. Instead of feminine or genitive singular. And maybe that's because the lexical form is genitive, or genitive plural. So if its lexical form is plural, that means the word is always plural. Makes a little bit of sense, right? So if we wrote Aleas O or actually be ha, so that'd be a rough breathing mark too. Oikias. So this is always going to agree, and this would be a predicative. Where's my cheat card for it? See if I did this right. So is there an article? Yes. Does it modify another word? No. So it's substantive. So what I wrote here was a substantive adjective for the house. So it's each other's, because that would be the accusative plural. So it's accusing somebody else. It's not me, it's somebody else. So each other's, so it's other people's, and then house. And this house is feminine. Where if this was going to be a masculine, it would have to be ale lie ha oi or koi, like that. I think. Well, that'd be plural, and that'd be plural. So this would be each other's houses. You wouldn't say the in the middle. So in the Greek, you would say alelas ha oikos, oikias. This part gives me a headache. So because this is feminine, this one has to be feminine too. If this is masculine and this one's feminine, then that falls under the no. Right. Okay, that's only if it's an attributive adjective. It's only if it's attributive. So, because there's a modifier, it would have to be a attributive adjective. Yeah, that word. And so this would have to be feminine. This would have to be feminine. If this was masculine, this was feminine. It can't be an adjective. because the adjective always matches the gender. I think that's true. Not sure, but I think that's true. Now here comes the part that gives me a headache. So before we get on to translation, I'm gonna go get something to drink. So let's take a quick break. I didn't set up the beach scene on full screen, so I'll fix that here in just a second. But get up, take a stretch, get something to drink. A coffee, ice cold water, a tea, whatever it might be. Whatever you want, whatever you think is good for you. We'll switch over to our break scene, and I'll fix the beach cam. There we go. And I'll be right back with the drink, and we'll get to some translation. Woohoo! Okay, everybody, pre-game your headache medicine. I might have. Just saying. All right, let's get back. Yay, we're back. Okay. Move my drink over here. Okay, now we're on the bottom half of the page here, so let's move this camera a little bit. There we go. Okay, hey, we just did this one from the book. This is one of our examples. So this was pistos meant faithful, and doulos was servant. And I was thinking of some way I can remember that would be like the doula, right? Isn't a doula like somebody that comes and serves you while you're in pregnancy? Right? It's like a home nurse kind of a deal. So, and then the ha here would be the, so the faithful servant. Okay, and then this one has a dative singular. Amera, that's day. Trite, that's a new word for us, but I'm pretty sure that means third. Trite. Pretty sure that meant third. Let me organize these cards a little tiny bit here. 240, okay. Pretty sure if I can find the card. Here we go. Let's see. 79, 90, 84, 85. These were all new words. 86, 87, 88. Yeah, tritos is third. Hey, look at that. I remembered it. Yay. Yay, me. Okay. Pretty easy to remember, right? Tritos, third. So this one is the third day. Okay. Agapeton. Okay, this is another new word. You guys can hear the pre-word here. It's agape. Agapeton, which means beloved. And then this would be the, and also the, and euion comes from euios, which is son. And so this is the son, the beloved, which would then translate to the beloved son. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, so essentially these two cancel out each other. Okay. So this word goes with this word. You can see that it ends in the same. So Uias it ends in an is, which was the nominative plural, so that'd be sons. And then toe, pane rois. I think that's a new word. Let's see what that word says. It's caucus. Paneros. This word is evil and bad. Paneros. So this is another one. So there's two words for caucus, or bad and evil. Bad evil is caucus, and evil bad. Yeah, that's not confusing at all, is it? Evil. So I'm thinking that this is... So the iota subscript means of. And so I think this is the sons of evil. Or maybe it's the evil, or the descendants of evil, maybe. Descendants. Let's see what the answer sheet says. Leave my boys out of it. I see what you did there. All right. Okay, so that doesn't make any sense to me again, because both Poneros and caucus just means evil and bad. However, the answer sheet claims that it means to the wicked sons. Okay, hold on. Back to our book. You leave my boys out of this. They are all similar words, but if you're going to have us learn vocabulary, we can't just say, well, this word is like this other word, right? We have to use the words that the vocabulary says is this translation. In my mind. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but it's kind of what I think. Okay, so because this is accusative, that's why that is to the. I mean, I don't know, but my point still stands, I think. You can't, I don't feel like it's fair to give us one word that means bad and evil. Actually, two words in this case. But then in the correct answer sheet, it says something totally different. Not totally different, but it's like, well, it's similar, so it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Right? Yeah. So why is that switched then? They both have an article. What's our little cheat sheet say here? Is there an article? Yes. Does it modify another word? And I would say yes. Right? But I need to find out. Well, and the thing is, though, like, I don't know. Because, like, this is 4th edition. And the answer sheet claims it's 4th edition, but the questions are out of order. So I don't know how much I can trust it. I guess is my problem with that. I think my problem is the trust of the answer sheet to where it's close, but not fully correct. Okay, I'm looking for not this one. To the, but I want to look up the dative singular and remind myself what it says about dative singulars. And I have it in a thing here. Append thing. Like I wrote it in the book. Okay, genitive, dative. Dative, singular, to, in, and with is the iota subscript. To, in, and with. So I was wrong. I'm thinking genitive plural is the of. So this is to. So to the sons, to evil is not correct. This would cancel out by this. So it's, and this is what it's called? Attributive to this. So therefore it'd be to the evil sons. Okay. Euion. Agapeton. Euion agapeton. I'll give you a hint. We've already done it. It just looks different. There's no articles. So if you look, euion and euion. Agapeton, agapeton. So instead of the Son, the beloved, this one is just Son, beloved. So this is just beloved Son. Okay, again, articles, good. Logon. So the OV makes it a nominative singular, or a nominative plural, I mean. Where's my cheat card? I mean, accusative plural, okay. Accusative plural, so we're pointing at it, so we're gonna say the word. The word. And then the amon, which is a new word. Not quite. No, amen is alpha, mu, epsilon, nu. That's amen. This is amon. Good try though. I think this is a new word. I don't know if we've had this word yet or not. Or not. Is it on the circle? I don't believe so. We can look. No. Nope, not on the circle. There it is. So it is one that we've learned before. Or maybe this is the new one. This might be a new one, actually. My and mine. Amos. Ame. Amon. My and mine. So my or mine. Yeah. But we know that that's Uios, right? Is son. Could you help me with that? But yeah, if you turn it upside down, this one's like sewn. So I wonder if this is the word is mine. Or is it just my word? Let's see what the answer sheet says. So the answer sheet says it's just my word. So these two would cancel out completely. Now, how do we know that it cancels out completely? Is this an adjective? It is. Okay. So it goes in front of it, my word, because it's an adjective. What kind of adjective? Well, is there an article? Yes. Does it modify another word? Yes. So it's attributive. So you would take my and put it in front of word, and you would take out the beginning. Cancel out. Sure, why not? Sounds good, right? Descriptive, yeah. Yeah, it's attributive. Okay, last one on the front here. This one is pistos, which was faithful, because it's up here too. So faithful. And then day was what was day? That's one that we should know. Out of? No, out of is X. Yeah, out of is X or ek. Dia is through, that's not day. I want to say day was like but or with. Maybe. This is the one that we've reviewed so many times and I should know it by now. And I don't. But I'm going to institute a new study habit that hopefully helps me with this. And I'm going to review these cards and my charts every day for 20 minutes. Sounds right? Let's see if we're right. But and. Okay. But if this is but or and, the ha is just the, and then theos is God. So what is this? Would it be but the faithful God? Dabat. Yeah, that's a good one. Let's see what the answer sheet says. Because I would think it would just be maybe the O could be a is. What all can O be? Or ha? Sorry, ha. Yeah. No, so ha, hey, or ta is the. So how does that fit in then, the but and? Unless it's like, but the faithful God, like I put here. Let's see what the answer sheet says here. See, that doesn't make any sense to me. So this is saying that it's actually, but God is faithful. Maybe that's just a context thing where to properly translate it, you need more. Yeah, maybe it's just a context thing. Because even in the adjectives, that doesn't make any sense. So let's look at this thing again. Is there an article? Yes. Does it modify another word? I mean, I guess the answer is yes. So you'd put it in front of. No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Right, but so where does it fit on this though? You know what? I wonder if a better question up here is there an article? But is there an article on the adjective? Because in that case, no. Does the noun have an article? Yes. So it's a predicative. Still doesn't make sense in my head. So we're moving on. Give it up. We're moving on. Translations. Woohoo! Me neither. Okay. Fun times. Fun times. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do word for word. The logos, the word. It will judge because the word is an it. It will judge. Alton was the accusative singular. So that's him, right? Yes. Alton, him. Him, her, it. So this is him. In. The iota subscript was 2. What did I write down? Did I write that down anywhere? I don't think I did. I probably should write that down somewhere so it helps me remember. The iota subscript. 2 in and with. So that says in. So that might just be like the. And then escate. Do you remember what escate is? The lexical form is escate. Then amera. Nope, not dead. Dead was necros or death, which is donaton. Woohoo! I remember 2 words. Yay! Eschatos, that means last. Last. And then amera. Remember May, day, May Day. So last day. So the word will judge him in the last day. Now, why is that not plural? Why is that not plural? Because that would be a adjective, right, for this word? Last would be an adjective for day. Look at the answer sheet. The word will judge. Oh, I was right. The word will judge him in the last day. I got it right. Woohoo! Okay. This was but slash and, right? That's what we said earlier. Yeah, but or and. Yes, debat. Debat. Okay, and then ain. Come back to that. Hora. Hora, I believe, was hour, right? And then third. And then S Tau Ro San. Oh, it's a word I don't know. They crucified. They crucified Alton, which is him. Okay, so I think that this is the, and so it's, but no, I think it's the and usage. And no, I think it's and the third hour they crucified him. Because one, we don't have the word for in here, because you'd be looking for in. If you look at our circle, in. And or but the third hour they crucified him. My handwriting is more sloppy when I look at it myself, huh? All right, let's see what the answer sheet says. Okay. Oh, I missed and. There's an and right there too. Now, why is that? So according to the answer sheet, it's and it was the third hour and they crucified him. So I missed an and in there too in the translation. But somehow so I'm trying to figure out. And it was the third hour, and they crucified him. Yeah, I don't know. I can see it being and the third hour they crucified him. But I don't see where they have the it was. Because don't we have a word for at least it? We do. Yeah, it was. Oh, look at that. There it is. So that's not the, that's it was. So there you go. So move this in front for whatever reason. And it was the third hour. The third hour. And they crucified him. Okay, cool. We're not crazy, they're crazy. Okay. Okay, I do know that O is, or Ha is the father. He raises, because it's the father, right? So he. Tos. Necros. So this refers to that because it has the same ending. Him dead. So I think the father, you take out he because that's a repetitive word. The father raises the dead. Him dead. Check our source document here. The father raises the dead. Yay, we did one. I thought Tos was he. No. Esten. So let me show you. It's in one of our older cards. So here's for the word the, you have ha, hey, and ta. And so if you take this and you add it to the endings, and you have OUS, so that'd be the end of this, right? See that? So it's accusative plural. So it's pointing to, so this is pointing to the group of dead people. The father raises the group of dead. Make sense? It kind of does to me, about that much. So if you're confused, it's okay. I'm like right there. I'm like right there. Okay. All right. Next line. I'm glad I have all my little charts here and note cards now, though. My head is legit pounding with this today. I mean, did you pregame some medication, though? I mean, I gave you a warning, and then we took a break, so you had time. Okay, so this is ha. So that's the... What's the little 2 here for? Identify the main verb and subjects. I'll get to that. The one who sees. Ton. Uyan. So this would be the Son. And who believes into him. XA, which is he, she, it has. That's kind of weird, but sure. He has, because it's talking about him and son. This word Zoein. So I think that's life, because Zoe, life. This might be a new word. Ion Ionion. That's a really funky word, and I think that's a new word. Hold on, it's not helping. Ionion. Wait. Yes. Okay, so yes, this is the lexical form, and it means eternal. Eternal life, or no, eternal, and I will raise him, auton, ego. Wasn't that I? think ego is I. For whatever reason, in brackets there's the word in, and then the escate last imera day. The one who sees the sun and who believes into him, he has eternal life, and I will raise him in the last day. In the days stuff, yeah. Yep. I think this is a verse, but it's not a verse that I'm very well versed in. Get it? Okay, so the answer key says, the one who sees the sun and believes. So you take out the who believes and believes. So why is that ace? The answer key says believes in him, but this says into, because ace is into. Where's my card for ace? Let me see if it means in as well, because that's really annoying that they got so many words for the same thing. The third from last card. Out of all the cards I could have went through, it was the third from last. Of course it was. Okay. Yeah, see? That's what I mean. So this circle is like that. So there's two words for in. And that's lame. Okay. So now that we know that, we can know that this is in him. Yeah. Okay, where does they get that word from? Yeah, you see, that doesn't make any sense. So, ego is I. See? I. Okay, so I kind of understand what the answer sheet is saying, but it's still kind of weird to me. So here, because it says, I will raise him, I, in the last day, I guess the proper translation is, and I myself, because there's two I's. And actually the end of this word doesn't even match anything on this. There is no omega at the end of any of these words. Okay. What is that word? Anaste so. Anaste so. It's not a word that we've learned yet. That's why it's in parentheses and translated for us. Yeah. This word here. Which I guess that's a verb, and we haven't gotten to verbs yet. Yeah, okay. You see? This is why I want a cheat card when I get to my final. I'm gonna be so confused with everything. Oh my goodness. All right. Might even be an adverb. Well, thanks for throwing that out there. Appreciate it. All right, let's keep on moving here. May is a word that we should know, I believe. And it might be just not a new word. Nope, this is one that we should know for sure. Oh, this is not, right? Because it looks like un. That's your little hint that you gave me yesterday or Tuesday? Yeah. So may is not or lest. So this is not be conquered. Pupa, which is under. That might be the, right? Ta. And then evil. Evil or bad. Allah was oh, I remember this one. Like, I remember reviewing this one a couple times. You think it's less? I don't know if that sounds right to me. Let's look at it. Allah. Allah. I want to say it was like beside. Or but, oh, rather, that's the word I was thinking about. Yeah, but, yet, or rather. But, yet, rather. Conquer. In. What's note 3? In or with. And then toe might be the, because it's the iota subscript, so that means it's to, right? The iota subscript is like to the, I believe. And then agatha, which is good. And then the bad. What? with the words that I have here, oops, before looking at the answer sheet, I think it's saying do not be conquered by, it's not by though, it's hoopa. And according to our circle, hoopa is under. So don't be conquered under evil. Take out the. Rather conquer bad with good. Let's see what the answer sheet says. Okay, so yeah, could be evil. Do not be conquered. See, that says by. So am I wrong? Is it under or by? Because that doesn't make any sense. It should be para if it's by. See? So para is beside, in presence of. And then hoopa. Hoopa, hoopa, hoopa. Ding! Noah. What? What do you want? So funny. Let me guess. It's gonna be the last card I pull out, isn't it? Second to last card. Jeez Louise. Okay. The circles get more complicated. So under or by, para is beside or alongside. Or something else. Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's viable, but it doesn't make sense with our circle. That's supposed to be the cheat sheet to do this stuff. So do not be conquered by the evil. Rather, conquer evil with good. And the answer sheet says, do not be conquered by evil, but conquer evil with good. I'm gonna give myself like an 85% on that translation. Okay. Esan Tai, which I think is probably a new word because I don't recognize it. I mean, hey, 85% is passing, right? Um, S. No, that's N. Where is this word? It's not in here. Oh, it's down at the bottom. See that number 4? The number 4 says down here, they will be. So this is they will be, and then OE, or is that, I mean, hi. Is there a, yeah, so that's hi. They will be, and then the, but this goes with this. Eschatoi. So that's last. Eschatos. Protoi. So protos, which is towards, right? Towards. And these go together too. They will be the last. Towards. Right. The verb has been omitted from the second half of the verse. What? They will be the last. They will be the last. I don't know. What's the answer sheet say? Number 6. What? Back to our cards and our circle, I think. This might be a new word, actually. Which is probably why I didn't know it, maybe. Pretty sure it's not, though. To, towards, with is cross. Which looks like this, except the toy at the end But I wonder if the toy is messing me up. Maybe. Let's see if it's in the new cards. It is right here. First earlier. So oh, this is Protoss, not Pros. Never mind. It's a new word. I was just trying to pretend like I knew it. So this is first. So they refers to oh, can see it all. So this is pros with the omicron here. And this is pros with the omega here. Pros. This is actually it's Protoss. Protoss and then pros. So I think the way this works is they will be I know the verse, but I'm trying to figure out how it works in the oh wait. Yeah, so same thing here. This is first. So this is the last. Will be first and the first last is technically like the word for word translation, but this verb of will be gets inserted here. It's taken out in the translation. Clear as mud? Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, it's I don't know if I can explain it well enough either. All right, let's keep on looking at we have 4 more. Okay. Move that back up again. I've never really looked into that verse, to be honest, to try to understand what it means. The last will be first and the first will be last. I don't know if it has anything to do with the reborn though. So let's go over here. Why is it not showing anything? There we go. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, let's look it up. Let's see. The first will be last. And the last shall be first. Okay, so that's Mark 10, 28 to 31. Mark 10, 28. Just go there. Okay. So in the context, make that big, like that. Let's see. Oh, there it is. But many who are first will be last, and the last first. Where'd the who are come from? There's they in the original Greek. Okay, so let's see. See what he's doing here. So he's talking about the rich young ruler. Yeah, there might be something like if I click on this. Says the Greek is tis, but I don't know if we know that, or if I know that. But it's not in the word anyway, in the text. but many who are first will be last. Yeah, it's kind of a strange verse, isn't it? Even in context. What does it mean? Let me pull up a commentary. Okay. So let's see. It talks about what is good. The disciples are talking. Let's see. Where does it get to? No, but it's fun to look into now, you know? Take a little break from the translations. Here we go. Okay, so remark number 4. Yeah. Yeah, that's what this was getting to right here. Remark 4. How unreasonable and ungrateful are those who, not contented with being called into the service of Christ, itself a high privilege, and graciously rewarded for all they do, envy their fellow servants, and reflect upon their common master, for seeming to do to others more than is consistent with justice to themselves. And then he goes into talking about the prodigal son story, parable. Yeah. Yeah, so essentially what he's doing with that verse is he's just calling back to a parable that he already gave the disciples before. And he actually does get, I wouldn't say a moment of frustration, maybe that's not the right word. But definitely like a moment of like, why do you still not get it? To his disciples, like the guys that have been following him around and like doing all the miracles with them and seeing all the miracles and hearing all the parables, and like they ask him a question, he's like, how much longer do I have to be with you people? Like, oh, it's just funny. At least that's the way that I read it when I first read it. So yeah. She's like, how much longer must I be here? Of course he knew, but he was trying to get the point across to them. Like, y'all need to shape up. Okay, let's get back to the translations. It's a good question though. See, now I know something more. That's something that I do want to get better at eventually, is when I'm reading scripture, to really focus on reading scripture. Like if I come across a verse that like the last will be first and the first will be last, like, well, wait a minute, what does that really mean? Like, go look it up, like dig into it, research it. Don't just like gloss over it and not worry about it. I really think that's what it means to be a student of the Bible. And after I got my bachelor degree, I was like, okay, I want to learn. Like now my learning can really start, because now I have contextual understanding. I have better understanding of scripture. And now it's like, okay, I want to really start digging into it. I really wasn't expecting to take Greek my first semester of my master's degree. But here we are. You question everything? Yeah, I mean, I think that's good though. And I think that a lot of times what you'll hear, and I don't know if this was in the video critique that we did or not, but I'm not saying that this is you, but a lot of people think that Christians have a blind faith. And really, we have a reasonable faith. There's nothing that I can think of that we are blinded to. We have a reasonable understanding of the faith. It's not a blind faith. And so questioning is good. Questioning equals knowledge, and knowledge hopefully leads to understanding. And everybody's on their own journey. I mean, I don't understand everything for sure. And that's why I do things like this. This is why I like to talk about questions. And when you question a verse, I'm like, great question, let's look it up, because I don't know, I don't understand. So I'm right there with you. I think that more Christians should question more so they understand better. Unfortunately, that's not today's culture. Today's culture is take it at face value, and if I don't feel good about it, then it's not for me. It's all about my feelings. But that's not true though. The Christian faith isn't blind faith, because we can reasonably look at our questions. And for example, like, to say that it's blind faith is to say that nothing in the Bible is true or historic. And there's a lot of history proof of things in the Bible. It's very historical. They're still finding things that were once lost because of the biblical account. They're finding these places, these locations. They're finding these people who they didn't have any other proof that this person existed except for the Bible. And then they ended up finding like a tablet with Pilate's name on it. And they're like, oh, Pilate was a ruler. And they did the whole dating thing or whatever. Was it blind faith for the apostles? Just because we weren't there to see it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Right, that goes to the historical understanding of the Bible. And so I'll give you an example. The creation of mankind. Is it more reasonable to think that nothing created something, and in all that chaos over billions of years created this intricate machine we call the human being? Blind faith would say that something came from nothing, and so now we have this intricate machine, because you have no the chances of it being correct is infinitesimal, where having the creation story is reasonable because we are made differently than everything else. And if the history book was written by the winning side, then why are all these bad things in the Bible? Like, you wouldn't talk about the bad stories if you're the winning side. You know what I mean? Yeah, not the pharaohs. Yeah, they definitely lost. Yes, I would say philosophy has something to do with it, but I don't think that you can separate philosophy and science. Because philosophy directs the science, if that makes sense. Because the whole point of science is discovery, but discovery of what? And at some point you get to, there's something. Yeah. So, I think the creation story in the Bible is much more reasonable because it shows a creator, an intelligent design. Let's take the word creator out. It shows an intelligent design. Something designed the human body, just like it designed the earth, where it's at, the planets and where they are at, the sun and where it's at, the moon, where it's at. This is the question you were trying to ask Mom way back on Raft. I don't know if I remember that. But yeah, I think it's, so here's an example. If nothing created something, how is that possible? Because nothing can't create something. If you don't have any eggs, you can't make an omelet. right? So you have to have something to create something. God, on the other hand, exists outside of time, space, and matter. And there's design that is put into the things that are. So, you know, there's like a 0.05 degree like error, if you want to call it that, where if we were this much closer to the sun, we'd fry, and if we were that much further from the sun, we'd freeze. We're right in the right area. Jupiter is right in the right spot to redirect a lot of asteroids that come through our galaxy around the Earth. Like Jupiter protects Earth. The sun is just the right temperature that we can have life. The gravity of Earth is just the right gravity so that we can exist the way that we do. So it's all very intricate in design. Like you can tell that there's a designer. You know, you see the Legos behind me. If I left them in a tote for billions and billions of years, you won't eventually get these designs. There was a designer behind these Legos. And so they created these Legos to look like something that we know as the space shuttle, or, well, you can't see it in this camera view, but you know what I mean? And a really good analogy that I heard the other day was if a tornado hit a shed with a bunch of parts in it, a bunch of mechanical parts in it, 1 out of 60 to the 60th power or something like crazy, right? Like huge number. Would that tornado create a 747, an airplane, out of those parts? You know what I mean? So that was one thing that I heard. I was like, oh, that's a really interesting idea, concept. But that's why I think there's a reasonableness to the Christian faith where science can tend to get unreasonable at times. Because science will tell you that something came from nothing, and that doesn't make any sense. That's not reasonable. So, anyhow. I don't know if that answers your question. I know you got off on a tangent, but I believe that science has proven God more than disproved God. Yeah. So anyway, we'll get back to translation because that's what we're here for. Well, we are here for talking and discussion as well. So that was good. I appreciated the question for sure. And again, I don't have it all figured out. This is just some of the stuff that I've learned over the last 2 years. And I'm still learning today. So, you know, take that for what you will too. But yeah, I hope that helps. And DB, how you doing? Great to see you. Hopefully everybody's already liked the video. Put a little thumbs up on that video down there, underneath the video there. Appreciate you all being here. Okay, he, she, it will rescue. May 6. This is the accusative form of ego. Let's see. There's so much we don't know, and we'll probably never know because those that were there couldn't write about it, and or are unalived already. I'm just glad we can have these convos without it turning into a. Is that poop? Yeah, poop show. I appreciate you, Shadows. You're awesome. Okay, so this is the accusative form of ego or ego. So, or ego. What's the accusative form of I? Tell me I'm wrong on how bad that could go. Well, I think that's why a lot of people avoid religion in their chats, right? Because they're like, oh, we're gonna have too much drama, blah blah blah. It's like, well, don't let it turn into drama. Just have a conversation with each other. You know? It's when people start throwing insults, that's when you gotta have to rein it in a little bit and be like, look, stop with the insults. That's dumb. You see, Angel, you gotta throw out a fancy word like dogmatic. A better way to say that, in my opinion, Angel, is like those that are just so tied to their own beliefs and not willing to listen to others. Right. Yeah. Hard-headed people, for sure. I think the greatest argument that I've ever heard, especially for atheists, is the moral law argument. Because how can we have moral law without God? Animals don't have any moral law. A lion will eat a baby gazelle or an adult gazelle. It doesn't care. Well, okay, societal norms. So what about Hitler? Hitler had a society and an army that said that he was right, that it was okay to kill Jews. So if there's no absolute moral law, then how do we know that what he did is wrong? If there's no absolute moral law, then why is it wrong for me to slap somebody else? Right, as a group, they said it was okay, right? They followed along with it. But we have a absolute moral law that says there's good and bad. You can't have good and bad if there's no absolute moral law. And where's that moral law come from? Well, it comes from God. Because if it didn't come from outside the human race, you'd have anarchy. You know what I mean? Society changes. Look at Pharaoh and, enslaving the entire people group of Israel. So, yeah, I think the moral law argument is the one that I think the atheist argument really falls apart. And it is more of a philosophical question because there's no science. You can't prove good and bad. there's no experiment that you can say something is good or bad, good and evil, you know. If there's a way to do science for that, I'm curious what that would look like. But that's why I think that's the best argument for God from a philosophical point. Right, and so what that comes down to is, let's say Hitler had won the war and the world is under this Nazi regime. Does that still make it right that he killed millions of people? I would disagree, because slavery still happens today. Slavery still happens today, and Old Testament biblical slavery is different than the U.S. American slavery that we understand today as well. But slavery is still approved in some areas of the world. Well, the moral law is to love one another. So Old Testament slavery is different. Well, and New Testament slavery too. Slavery wasn't bad until the American slavery. That's when slavery became bad. Old and New Testament slavery, you still took care of your slaves. You treated them like humans. Right. Yeah, they were taken care of. They were fed. They were housed. They had time limits. They had like term limits. Because typically slavery back then was somebody having to pay off a debt to somebody else. Yeah, exactly. So, and that's why, like, it's tough in 2023 because you'll have a group of people who say, well, slavery was in the Bible, so it must be a good thing. But in their mind, they're thinking U.S. slavery, where they weren't paid. They weren't taken very well care of. They were cast out into the fields. They were bought and sold like property. And that's bad. Because our moral law says that it's not okay to treat other human beings like that. Pharaoh kind of treated the Israel slaves like that. But he still let them have babies. He still let them have families. He still let them live and eat. But because of his mistreatment of Israel, that's why we had the whole Exodus and God saving his people from Egypt eventually. English slavery. I think a lot of it started in Africa, actually, because from the history that I read, which like Shadow said, like the history is written by the winners. But the history that I read said that it was actually African slave masters who were selling Africans to the US and England. So like it wasn't the white man the white man was buying, but they weren't the instigators of slavery the way that we know it today. Right, yeah. Well, I mean, that makes sense though, right? Because when we got here, we had to encounter the Native Americans, and that's a whole nother issue that came up with bringing disease over here that they didn't have before then. But again, moral law says that none of that's right? But our humanity, our fallenness, if you will, tells us ourselves are right, even though it's not. So that's where the white man never tried to enslave the natives. I think they might have tried because the natives fought back, right? Like, I'd have to learn more about Native American history because I don't know enough. But there's got to be some reason why the natives fought the English. Outside of their invading our land. But we have Thanksgiving, right? They were all like happy, hunky-dory, like turkey and potatoes. Yeah. Yeah, and I think the hardest part about that is a language barrier. So, you know, in the Middle East and over there, when you conquered a land, you adopted some of their beliefs and culture into your own, which is why God had commanded the killing of entire nation people groups, which is a whole nother story. But a lot of them spoke the same languages. Those that were educated enough to actually read and talk and all that kind of stuff. Mainly reading. But that's why they all spoke the same, you know, kind of languages. When they came to America, though, it was all new language, and there was a lot of hard-headedness to not learn more about the new language. Because he was a jerk, yeah. Again, human sinfulness, right? Human fallen nature. I mean, yeah, I think, I don't know this for sure, but I think that we got the tactic of hiding in bushes and trees from our experience with the Native Americans. And that's where the Minutemen came from, right? I don't know, but to me, that seems reasonable, at least. So. Right. And without moral law, why is pride bad? To go full circle on our conversation. Why is pride bad? Because it lends to the mistreatment of other human beings. And we're not called to mistreat other human beings. We're called to love. So show me a point where pride isn't bad. Yeah, I mean, I think so. Yeah, let's go. further definition, right? An adjective in front of pride. Since we're talking about adjectives in Greek. But I think anything in excess is bad, right? Food, water, gaming, studying, maybe. Oh, it's getting hot in here again. It's been 2 hours since I turned off the AC. Toilet paper. True. Yeah. No, I think that there's a certain way to have pride where you're not, as long as your pride isn't putting other people down, then you're probably doing it well. But typically, even those with a little bit of pride eventually have some humble pie. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Drink too much water, you die from drowning. Even though we're made of 90% water. It's really weird. I think it depends on how you use it. Because if you say that your crocheting is better than anybody else's, then that's a harmful kind of pride, right? You're basically putting down anybody else that crochets. But if you're proud of your crocheting because it's something that you created, because you're skilled at it, I think that's different. Just narcissistic. And prideful. I think the two go hand in hand. But I think there's a different kind of pride that you're talking about. Because, like, you know, I take pride that I got a bachelor's degree in theology with honors. But is that sinful of me to do that? Not really. Because I'm just, it's something that I accomplished. It's something that I did, and I did well. Now, if I say, well, I have a bachelor in theology, therefore you have to listen to me, that's a problem. I think it's a different kind of pride. You're not rubbing it in, yeah. Yeah, for me to say, yeah, I got a bachelor degree in theology, that's pretty much as far as I'll take it. And that's more for just being a, what's the word I'm looking for? Giving some backing to the knowledge that I claim that I have. And as you guys have heard me say all the time, I don't know a lot. I'm still learning. But it's like, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it, Angel? So yeah, I think the sin of pride, you have to be careful with using that in a generic term. Because I could be proud that I got my bachelor degree in theology, but I give all the glory to God because he helped me through it. As I was going through my studies and struggling to understand and all that kind of stuff, you know, I believe that he helped me through it. I think when it comes to an ego, not ego in Greek, but ego, pridefulness can become an issue. But I don't think that God doesn't want you to be proud of things that you accomplished. He just wants you to have your heart set in the right place. Does that make sense? Yeah. Not be boastful. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. All right, Shadow. This has been a good conversation, though. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. What kind of truck did you get when it was new? Is it new now? Yeah, the table can definitely turn the other way. And I mean, it could be a little bit on both sides too, you know? Nah, this is back in 05. New Chevy 4x4. Chevys are the best. No. He says as he owns a Tesla. I was a Chevy guy for the longest time. My dad raised me as a Chevy guy. I knew all the jokes on Ford, but my best friend was a Ford guy, so we went back and forth. I did have a Mustang when I was a kid. I had a Chevy Cavalier, Chevy truck, Chevy Chevelle. What else did I have? And then I left home and I started not getting Chevys. I did have a Monte Carlo for a couple years, a few years, and I got another Monte Carlo. I upgraded. And then at some point, I think we had a CRV. Well, I know we had a CRV. And now we have a minivan. I mean, Chevy got out of the minivan business, so we had to go somewhere else, you know? Hubby and I don't care as long as we get from home to work and back again. So I have a Ford. Yeah. Yeah, when Chevy got rid of their minivan, we started looking at safety and longevity, and the Honda, it was between Honda and Toyota, and we just liked the Honda better. Well, I like the Honda better because it was when they came out with the like lightning bolt thing along the side of the van. I was like, that's cool. I like that. Of course, we were a year too early because the next year after our van is when they came out with the vacuum in the back. That'd be nice to have. Had to get what you could afford. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I struggled for a long time with the fact that I bought the Tesla. Because as a missionary, like, there was this thing in my mind that was like, you're a missionary, you're relying on people to donate to you monthly. What are you doing driving an expensive car like a Tesla? I've kind of gotten over that now. It still creeps up every now and then in the back of my head. But my donors don't pay for my car. My car is paid for by the government with my retirement pay or my disability pay. And I no longer have to pay for gas or oil changes. So while yes, it is an expensive car at the get-go, it's pretty cheap maintenance wise. Don't have to do oil change. Don't have to fill it up with gas. I plug it into the house and our electric bill has not gone up because of it. It is a $25,000 battery, but here's my thought. They say, at least the last I heard, I don't know about the new batteries that are in my car and the newer models, but the old model, what I had heard was the batteries are only going to last like 10 years and then you have to replace it. Well, one, again, car guy, I've never owned a car for more than like 6 years. Like, I think the longest car I've ever owned was 6 years. And it was paid off, so I traded it in. So, you know, at some point, I'm going to trade in the Tesla and get another Tesla. A newer model. I'm not one of those kind of guys that hang on. Like, we've had our van for 10 years, but that's my wife's van, not my van. Because if it was my van, we would have upgraded already. Because I want the push to start. The push to start. I want all the new tech that's in the new vans. The doors are starting to not open with the button anymore because the motors are getting shot. Yeah, I just love the tech. Oh, you think climate has to do with the battery life too? Probably. But here we have another issue called salt. A lot of salt in the air. Yeah. Do. Yeah, a lot of salt from the oceans. But again, I'm not even going to have the car long enough for that to affect me either. I heard the new cars are better with cold. Like my model, which is a 22 and newer, the new batteries that they're using like to be at 100% charge. The old batteries, 21 and older, their recommendation was no less than 20% and no more than like 90%. Like there's a window. But yeah, I don't know how Teslas do in like cold environments like that. Oh, they drain super fast? Yeah, the one thing that I would say drains my battery more than not is there's a feature which I could turn off if I wanted to, but I don't want to. Because again, I'm not worried about the electric bill because it's super cheap. In fact, I can look at my app and it'll tell me, because I put in like what our current electric bill costs are or whatever. And for the last month, I've spent $32 to charge my car. And with current gas prices, it says that that gas equivalent is $85. So I've saved about 50 bucks. But anyway, so a feature in the Teslas, because there's that computer on the dash, like the tablet, if the cabin gets more than, I think the max you can have it is like 110 degrees, it turns on the AC to cool down the cabin. So it protects the electronics, which increases longevity of the electronics inside the car. So I think that's a really cool feature. Now, I mean, I do have the windscreen, which I don't know if you guys saw, it was a long time ago, but I have like it looks like a car from Cars. It's got the big old eyes for the sunshade. So that's fun. But yeah, so it has that feature. So especially if my car is sitting out in the sun all day long, it's going to constantly be having the air conditioning on to keep the cabin down to 100 degrees, right? So because the AC is always on in the car, it drains the battery because that uses battery life, right? Yeah, the funny thing with solar powered cars, because they came out with one, I want to say it was in like 2010. And what they were saying was the concept is great to have a solar powered vehicle. However, the technology for solar powered vehicles isn't there yet. Solar power is still too large of a piece of equipment to be reasonable to be put on a car. And so that's why you don't see a lot of solar powered vehicles right now. And I wonder if the same is true for like wind power. Because think about it. Where the radiator is, you just put a fan there, and that fan is your power generator. As long as you're moving. You know, as long as you're moving, you get power. I don't know if it'll work that way. I haven't seen anything on that. But it might be the same thing. It might be just that as of now, we haven't been able to get that form of energy technology small enough to make it feasible. So Shadow, in New Hampshire, I assume you guys probably have the outlets in the parking lots of like the stores and stuff for engine block heaters. Do you guys have that? Yeah, Angel, I remember you saying about you were looking for the mowers and they're all electric. I saw a funny video. Oh, the block heater are just for diesel. So in North Dakota, and I know because I've been there and seen it, they have block heaters for regular vehicles too. And like all the stores have all these outlets in the parking lot for these engine heaters. Now maybe they were just for diesels and I was told wrong information. Totally possible. Don't believe everything you hear, you know? 15 to 25 is your normal. You can keep it. I might be having a trip to Florida in January that I was thinking about doing a road trip across America, starting in Albuquerque, going to see Mumkey, and then driving across the United States to Florida. And, you know, with stops along the way for friends and family and stuff. But my only worry about driving through the Midwest is the snow. That's my only worry about that. Yeah, I wonder if another reason why he parked it all winter was for the erosion from the salt on the roads. He didn't want to deal with that to protect the car. And also, I wonder how well they handle in the snow, because they're not all-wheel drive, and they're pretty low to the ground for most of them, you know. So I wonder if maybe they just don't handle well in snow and ice as well. I don't know. That'd be a good question for anybody that lives in snow with their Teslas. Because like mine is... Pretty sure mine's rear-wheel drive, and rear-wheel drive is not good in snow. The only time I ever got ditched in a car was when I had my 96, I think it was, Mustang. And it was rear-wheel drive. There is no weight in the rear end. Oh, right, for rear-wheel drives, yeah. Yeah, that's why a lot of people with trucks put sandbags in their truck bed, right? During the winter. So you can get that extra downforce, that extra traction. Can you imagine running out of power in a snowstorm with a Tesla? That would be pretty bad, yeah. But, I mean, you run out of gas in a snowstorm too, so. I think the question is, what would last longer, a gas engine or an electric engine? Or a battery? Suppose that's what you did inside the Tesla. Like if you used minimal power, like not playing YouTube on your dash while you were sitting in a snowstorm. Oh yeah, the cold, going back to the cold drains the battery faster. True. Oh yeah, putting the extra weight in the back. Yeah. Yeah, the Tesla weight distribution, I'm pretty sure, is mainly right in the middle, because the battery's like the entire bottom of the car. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely lose gas mileage with more weight, for sure. And I'm sure I can make my battery last longer when I drive if I wasn't so heavy-footed. But it's so much fun to drive. It's it's a lot of fun to drive. Get this thing out of my way. Now I feel like Mr. Richard moving my camera back and forth. Give me all-wheel drive, front-wheel drive. Oh. But you have to keep a generator in your trunk in a Tesla, so you can get away from that. I think I did see somebody one time. They had a video or a picture of a guy that was charging his Tesla with the gas-powered generator. I could care less about the gas. It doesn't matter to me. To me, the car is fun. I'm a tech guy. I like my tech. And right now, Tesla's as tech as you can get. Oh yeah, that video is hilarious. You're like doing the pull start on the gas generator. It is hilarious. It's great. Yeah, thankfully I don't need to worry about needing extra weight in my car. I will say I don't use my frunk as much as I thought I would. It's there, I just don't use it very often. But I think the main reason is I don't have a need to use it, and or what I would put in there, like my briefcase. I parked my car in the garage backwards, of course, because only cool people park forwards. So I park it backwards, and it's hard to get around my garage to the front of the car because the garage is kind of small. So I don't put my briefcase in there very much. I sometimes I do. When I make bacon for the high school guys on Sunday nights, I put the bacon in there. Keeps the bacon smell out of the cabin. Bacon's great. Bacon smell, could do without. That lingering bacon smell, you know, like candles. Candle bacon does not smell like bacon to me. Bacon air freshener, yeah. No, my engine, I don't have an engine. The battery is on the bottom middle of the car, and the motor, if you will, which I guess you can call an engine too, is actually on the wheel. I have a motor, I don't have an engine. Is there a difference? Goofhead. Well, I have a trunk and a frunk. So let me show you. I mean, I guess you could look at pictures too, but I can always pull them up. Picture. So this is a frunk. That's what's in the front of the car. I wouldn't say the whole front, just this part of the front. Yeah, so you still have the wheel wells, you still have the lights, you still have like the front bumper and stuff, but there's no engine in the front. So like, if you're familiar with like the axle in the back. Let me show you this picture. So that's my rear axle. I have the motor that's connected to the battery, and the motor is connected straight to the wheels. And I still have a trunk. So I have a trunk and a frunk. Why is it off the car? I don't know. It's not my picture. My guess is they were replacing it. Maybe? No idea. It looks kind of funny though. Makes me think of Batman's motorcycle from oh, what was his name? The good Batman. Christopher Nolan's Batman, which is played by not enough power to put a body on it. Car's got plenty of power. And zero torque. It's great. Yeah, Christian Bale. By far my favorite Batman out of all the Batmans. And Heath Ledger, by far my favorite Joker out of all the Jokers. What Jokers? Yeah, car is so fun to drive. Mumpkey, how's your day going? You out of work yet? You still at work? Yeah, Nicholson was good. I mean, he was the original. Well, not the original, but the original that everybody knows nowadays. Was he too sparkly? Angel? My second job. You have a second job? Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Listen, Mr. Streamer, vampires can sparkle. Vampires can sparkle. House husband. AKA dad. Yeah. It's funny. I assume you meant to put teeth. She's probably learning something every day, right? I mean, she is a monkey, so definitely learning something every day. For sure. Hey. Learn something every day. Yay, I was a monkey translator. Woohoo! Oh, I was just thinking about streaming schedule because I saw monkey and I was thinking about Saturday. Not tomorrow, Saturday. Yes, I got it right again. Next week is my fall break at school. Not sure what that means at this point. I think so. We might be doing a special Wednesday stream the week after next because the schools are on fall break and we usually don't have club during fall break. I actually need to look at a calendar. I need to remember to look at that. Because we have a 5-week series that we're going to start, but I don't want to start it next week and then take a break and then continue it the week after that. I'd rather put it all together. So maybe we'll do a question and answer night, take the break, and then start the new series. I actually kind of like that idea. So yeah, we'll see about next week. I don't know about, it might not be necessarily more Chazzy next week, but it might be more Astroneer next week. So instead of the FaithFactor streams like we've been doing on Tuesday, Thursday, one or both of those might be replaced with Astroneer. And I might stream on Friday next week because I don't have class at night. So yeah, I didn't know next week was fall break. That's how much I paid attention to the school calendar. So here it is Thursday, and I'm like, what am I doing next week? And what do I have due after next week that I need to do during the break? So yeah, so let me ask you all a question, because I'm curious. On Saturdays specifically, if I was to do a FaithFactor stream, like in the morning, and then end stream, and then start up a new stream when Monkey's available to play. Any feelings on that, or you don't care? And it's okay if you don't care. Totally get it. It's still hanging with Chazzy, as Shadow says. But thanks for the reminder, Monkey. I will not be streaming this Saturday. I have an event. It's a family camp that I'm going to go help out with Saturday morning. And then Saturday afternoon and evening, I'm going to go help set up and tear down and have some free prime rib dinner. So I don't have to do as many essay questions for my apologetics class. So for our assignment by the end of the semester, we have to do 12. If you go to the conference for free, you get a prime rib dinner and you only have to do 10 questions. And if you go for the free dinner and you help set up and tear down, you only have to do 8. So I told them I'll be there for set up and tear down. and a free prime rib dinner. So I only have to do 8 questions instead of 12. Yay! So, yeah. All right, everybody. It is 2 o'clock. It is time for us to end. So let's head over to our end scene. There it is. We got our end scene. Yeah. So thanks everybody for being here. Shadow, thank you for being here and hanging out and all the conversations we had today. The same with Angel and DB if you're still out there. Monkey, thanks for popping in when you could. I know you're a busy guy with all your extracurricular work and dad duties. No, it's fine, Shadow, because I have many more blank copies. Because what I want to do is I want to do it without looking at these. It's very bright. Without looking at my cheat cards. Without looking at my note cards. The camera's like, it's too bright. Focus. So I want to be able to do the worksheets without looking at it. Now, you guys didn't derail me. Stop it. Monkey, ban them all. Ban them all. Just kidding. Don't ban them all. They're the only ones here. No, I think it's great. That's what I want these faith factors to become. Like, yeah, they're going to entail some schoolwork stuff and things that I'm learning about and things that I want to discuss or whatever. But it's also an opportunity for you guys to ask questions, because maybe you'll learn something along the way, and for sure I'm going to learn something along the way. So I really appreciate the question, Shadow, that you brought up, and I really appreciate the conversation, because I think at the end of the day we are all going to be better for it. So I appreciate you all so much. You know, doing the Greek stuff and studying for that, it helps me out, because if you can teach it, then you can preach it, as some say. So I'm learning Greek better because I'm doing it on stream with you all. You guys are helping me learn it better, so thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. I have learned Greek gives me headaches, yeah. For sure. And unfortunately, not to be the bearer of bad news, we're not going to be done anytime soon. We'll be done with Greek in May. Because once Greek 1 is done, we have to take Greek 2. And then I'll be done with Greek for my college career. Unless I decide to go more, which I doubt I will. Greek 1 and 2, we have to take those. And then if you want even more of a headache, I think next year, if they find a professor, it's going to be Hebrew 1 and 2, fall and spring. And I heard Hebrew is even worse than this. So buckle up. It's gonna be an experience. You'd rather Latin? Yeah. At least Latin, we know more about English than Hebrew. We got more of our words from Latin than we did from Hebrew. So anyway, again, thanks for being here, everybody. We'll see you guys next time. We won't be here on Saturday. Yeah, no surprise stream tomorrow. I thought about it, but no, we're not going to do that. But we'll be back on Monday. And Monday, probably what we'll do is we'll hop back into my single player version of Astroneer, just so I can continue to learn some more about the early game stuff. And then the next Saturday after that, when Monkey and I start playing again, that's going to be our long-term world. And I think, if I remember the conversation correctly, Mumpy was good with me continuing to like do some of the grindy stuff during the week streams, like on Mondays, so that we can do more of the building and adventuring stuff together on stream on Saturdays. So like going to other planets and building bases and building, you know, whatever we can build. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. So have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you around probably Mr. Richard's stream, and wherever else on Twitch. But until next time, everybody, thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for joining me, learning some Greek. Thanks so much for the questions. The conversations have been great. And we'll see you all on Monday. Peace.